So get a picture of that for me. Let's sort that out. Why is that up so low? How do I make it lower for me? I'll be right. So today, I'm still getting a little set up. This is kind of a spontaneous stream. I need to fix up. I just come from Dara's stream, which was gorgeous. I love that space. That's such a nice space. But I see that my tasks have come across, but I need to make sure that I get rid of that active task. Maybe once I just do backlog or something, it'll tidy it up. Oh my gosh, what am I doing? Way too many things. Okay. And cool. Oh my gosh, I have so much stuff on my desk. I definitely did this on a whim. My entire desk is just a mess. Where are all my bits? Okay, because what we're gonna do today is we're gonna make sure get through some of the very basic stuff that I've been meaning to do for this new project I'm working on. But I've also got to do some nice little because I'm running on my savings for quite a while now. I've been really putting off buying anything that's too expensive, and so I've been really trying to get the most out of things like shampoo and moisturizer and stuff that I had laying around, and using ones that I don't really like, but I still had sitting around the house. But it's getting to the point where I need to actually start ordering stuff. So that's going to be one of our first things today. Now, if I do backlog, is that going to fix up the active task? No, of course not. Done. Next. Cool. I think that might just mean that one of them is stuck in Dara's stream. Because my active one was still in there. That's alright. So I'm not actually going to be working on this one just yet. I need to work on my goals and stuff first. But anyway, if people are hanging out, I don't know if we've got people hanging around in here, please feel free to say hi. I will yap up plenty. I stream incredibly irregularly at the moment. I'm very new to all this. But I really wanted a place to go and try new things and get stuff done. And just it's been a very long time. I had a 20-year career, started very young. And that whole time I've very much focused on just make money. And so now I am paying it back to myself by discovering the things that I like and I enjoy. But also life needs to go on and I still need to earn an income, which not an expectation of any of my streaming and content creation stuff, but there are, the rest of tasks and bits and pieces that I need to do to get by. And so while I also work on the projects that will help me, have an income, I want to work on the things that I enjoy and that I love and that I get to, put some effort into because I want to put effort into it, like streaming. I think streaming to me has been calling for a while. I think it's a really beautiful place, especially this co-working category, where people can kind of just come together and be present around each other, and I think that's really gorgeous. But in particular, because I spent so long not knowing what I like and I enjoy. I didn't really want to go like join specific clubs. Like I have joined like a fire class, which I'm really excited for. But that one I kind of knew I really wanted to do. But overall, there's like a lot of stuff that I don't know whether I like or I thought I liked in the past, and I want to try and give my attention to that again. And so this is just about having people that not only are present to get through the day and get through all the tasks and stuff that we need to do, but also really want to try and create a space where people can be engaged and inspired by other people trying things and discovering what they like. So yeah, that's what this stream is all about. But today I have a bunch of like legals and silly basic stuff to get through with a new project. I will not be doing any of that on the actual stream, but I've got a ton of stuff that I need to actually get done, as well as like doing some like getting stuff that I've been needing to get for a while but been putting off. Figuring out either some gifts that I can get for some friends who have birthdays coming up, or things that I might want to like make them / combined. And probably won't do this on stream because who knows if I'll cry. But doing some reviewing of the therapy homework, and I've been recording my sessions with my therapist, with her permission, obviously. And that's really helpful for like reflecting over it and like actually, because sometimes you're going through a thing and talking about a thing and your brain is not really there to actually like hold on to specific information. And that's been really nice to sit down and like go and watch the recording and actually like not only like listen to the details of what she said, but also like pay attention to how I react and the things that I say and like the expressions I have and stuff, so that way I can like see what my like a bit more about what my brain is doing. It's really interesting. That's my day today. So I've been doing a lot of the project stuff throughout the day in Dia's stream, but now I'm gonna like just go deep on it for a little bit longer. Not sure how long this will be, probably I want to say maybe 3-4 hours, maybe a little bit longer, we'll see. But yeah, if you are in the chat, if you're hanging around, feel free to lurk. But I would love to know how your week has been, or your weekend was, sorry. I'd love to hear about what you're working on today. I'd love to hear about the things that you're trying out and that you're getting to enjoy. Yeah. But for now, I need to set up these. So I want a promo of, I reckon, yeah, let's do 04. Cool. And then we'll do I think I said 5010 in the title. Yes. Cool. Yeah, so while the time is going, I might chat, like come on mic occasionally, but overall I'll mainly stick to chat, but still feel free to hang out and say hi, and yeah, and then during the break I'll come off and I'll have a good yap, and if people want to yap with me at that time, feel free to. Yeah, I'll talk soon. said I'd be on. I'm gonna move this back over here. I know I said I'd be on mute, but I feel like just talking out loud will help my brain think through this stuff. So, because I came over from Dire's stream, I got my task stuck back in there, and I can't be bothered messing around with Super Sweetbot to shuffle things around. But I'm like working through my goals and stuff at the moment, and some of the constraints around those goals, and there's been a lot of stuff of like setting for the last couple of years in my life, but goals are kind of like more milestones in my head now. Oh yeah, that's right, I keep forgetting that I installed this. Feel free to catch that if anyone wants to. Yeah, I've been using like intentions rather than goals, and goals kind of just become milestones. And I know I'm trying to think through some of my. I wrote a huge amount of like intention stuff at the start of the year, but I was going through hell. I was going through a whole time, and it was a lot. But I read back through them recently, and I was like, these are really sweet. These are really well-intentioned. But it was very obvious the context and the place that they came from. And so I was like, okay, I definitely need to like rethink this. This is all very emotional, like time to rein it in a little bit. And so I was like, cool. And I've like worked out some like goals and things that I want to achieve, in the short term. And I have like a general idea of what I want to like, what it is that I'm like intending out of all that. No one called Dominican. But yeah, I'm feeling a little stuck on, because it's been a very big shift in my life the last 3-4 months. And it's very interesting trying to figure out, like, when you've spent so long with the same sort of like intentions and plan and stuff like that, like it's very interesting trying to recalibrate that. There's a lot of it's still there, and funnily enough, some stuff that I kind of got rid of even like came back, that I really didn't think would come back. But yeah, now I'm trying to like figure out how do I adapt the intentions that I had and the things that I really liked in the past, and actually make it a bit more holistic, and what I'm setting out to do, and why I did this sort of like big life reset. And there's a channel called Struthless that I really appreciate. I think there's a lot of stuff around like goal versus intention setting systems, blah blah blah. I think there's that book, I forget his name, but it's like Doctor wrote a book on productivity. Can't remember the name of the guy. But a lot of stuff around intentions versus goals the last few years, and I kind of vibe with that. I think goals are very, you get a goal done, you do it for the reason that you sort of like say you want, and it's usually quite measurable. The whole idea of like SMART goals, I think, has just ruined everyone's brain, and like OKRs and all that shenanigans. But instead, I think the Struthless on the channel put it really interesting, of having kind of like questions around like some of the intentions and things you want like to know, are you going in the right direction? And he used some analogy of like there was some team apparently that was playing, that was like doing I know, collegiate rowboat stuff. I don't know whatever that is. But the coach just had basically one question that he would always ask everyone on the team whenever they were like, oh, what should I do? It's like, does it make the boat go faster? And look, I'm not gonna lie, that is a sentence overall. Makes me, it pushes a little towards like hustle culture kind of stuff. I don't know how I feel about that. But I think as a general principle of like, cool, are you know, who do you want to be? And are you working towards that, or is what you're doing going against that? And so why I originally came back on mic, some of the little like intentions and stuff. He also talked about like constraints, having some constraints around it as well, which I thought was really lovely. But some of the intentions that I've started like putting together and taking from that like original one, like from earlier in the year, where it was a bit of, it was a, life was interesting at that point, was I am creating the life, world, and skills to be a person who lives joyously, which I think is a very generic one, but I think again that is like a good question of like, I want to be in a more joyous world. I'm not going to make the world joyous overall, but I want to work towards my life and the world around me, and like the skills that I have to bring joy. Like that is a thing that I want to work towards and keep in mind. I'm building foundations for present and future me and family. And so it was like, is the things that I'm doing actually foundational? Is like, is it going to set things up for what I need in the future to exist and have, you know, the bits and pieces I need, not just for myself, but also for a family. I think that's that one is a very generic one. That's a very broad one. But this is the thing, it's like, I am sort of tempted to add a bit of it, because I've got other similar ones, so I'll say in a sec. But I am tempted to somewhat make that specific to like, for us to like get by, or for us to have like, what is the foundations? Is it like financial foundations? Is it, you know, having a house? Is it like, what form of like safety and needs are we trying to fulfill from those foundations? What growth are we expecting from those foundations? Like, maybe I will expand on this one. I'm learning how to be an emotionally mature and present parent, partner, friend, and mentor. I think this has been something that I has mattered to me so deeply, because I really want to show kindness to and love and be there for people. And I think that the ability to like regulate myself, co-regulate with people, help people regulate, the ability to understand myself, help people understand themselves, to like be able to go through those thoughts, as well as like modeling that and actually being able to like talk about it, not in like a get in your way face. I want to, every time I just sort of like yap about this stuff on stream, again, not that it's 10 followers at the moment, it's not like this is going to be widely spread video or widely, if there's even anyone here, but I think it does, like, I don't want to be like a influencer of any kind around this area. That's not the goal, but I do want to be a person that has that emotional maturity and that care and thoughtfulness in everything that they do, if that makes sense. And so that really matters to me, to have like, there's, I don't know, I sort of trust my therapist when they recommend me homework and stuff, but I don't know how I feel about the person overall. I need to like do more research into the person, but there's Lindsay Gibson or something. It's like a bestseller book. I don't know. Oh, hello. I had no idea anyone was here. Welcome. Oh, it was fully just yapping. But yeah, wait, which part made sense to you? I'm not sure where you came in on that one. I was off in my own world. Um, um, that's brilliant. Hi, thank you for the follow. Yes, you have no idea how much that means for me at the moment, because they're at the moment I really just want to get to affiliate so I can put in one-off items in my schedule instead of having to like just have it in my calendar and not fully commit. So like every time someone like, I super appreciate it. But thank you and welcome. How's your week been? What's been going on? I don't know if you heard the earlier, like where you came in, but the entire purpose of this tiny little place is, I love the co-working category. I think it's really lovely. I specifically wanted to like put some energy and love into having a place where like we get that presence and stuff when we have that community. But also I wanted it to be somewhere where it's not just like getting through the day and getting through the bits and pieces, but also I got lost in a 20-year career and I'm like rediscovering a lot of things about like what I like, what I enjoy, what I'm rediscovering stuff. And so I really want to create a space where people get to like encourage each other and be present, not just for getting through the day and doing the tasks of the day, but also like trying new things and getting to like go on those adventures. And I think that happens a lot in the category anyway, but I think it's just a particular thing that I'm really determined to give a go and put some energy into. But yeah. How's your week been? I'm gonna keep rambling for a bit while you answer, but yes. Oh, thank you. Oh, hello. We got two there. I think this is actually the first time, other than friends joining in, that I have ever had more than one person coming and joining me and having a little yap. So I appreciate this a lot. We are in the Pomodoro, so don't feel like you have to join in. If you just want to have me yapping away in the background, you're totally welcome to. But yeah, like I said, I had like a 20-year career where I was just focused on work. I grew up really poor, so like the idea of like finding money and getting money, became really good at that. But once I got good at that, rather than learning how to care properly for myself and not just like survive, I just made survival slightly more comfortable with the money that I was now learning how to make. And that really led to still being in survival mode for 20 years. So now I get to come back and figure it all out, and it's really lovely. And I'm really excited. So streaming is one of my big first ones to like give a go, because I love people and I love community. I love like people coming together. A lot of my career was like as teacher or like an educator, doing like mentoring, coaching, that kind of stuff, in like the tech sphere. And yeah, I don't want to go back to that industry really at the moment. But I still wanted people and I still wanted to hang out and have community. So I was like, well, you know what is a really good place for that? The internet. But anyway, so documenting the journey is so much fun. And I was like, yeah. Well, that's the other part. I used to tell a lot of my students, like, start a little blog or something, just so you can look back at it. There was so yeah, I used to do programming for quite a long time. There was actually a point in my career where I tried to Google something because I got stuck on something, and I Googled something and didn't realize that my own blog post had come up. And it helped me answer it. And then I was like, wait, this looks familiar. What is this? That's 20 years of tech. Like it happens. But look, it was very specific. It's not like I was like super famous or anything in tech. It's not that deep, but it was lots of fun. Very silly. But yeah, what are you guys working on today? What's happening for your world? By the way, feel free to use the super sweet bot. So yeah, like I was yapping about when he came in and shocked me that people are actually here. So yeah, like parenthood was something that I more recently rediscovered that I definitely did want. I think a lot of how the world is and who like discovering who I was, that got put on hold for a long time and I didn't think I would want it anymore. But that something in my brain flipped and I was able to like be like, no, actually I definitely want kids. I don't know how I want kids, but I definitely want kids. That's going to be a big one. Gotta prepare for my classes in 5 hours. I am so worried to ask what time it is currently if your classes are in 5 hours. I really hope there's not too much to prepare. Like I was like, is this going to be sort of like you're up at 4 a.m. and it's like a 9 a.m. class? Because that would terrify me for you. Like, look, sometimes you gotta, but I'm in Australia. So it's, I was actually going to set up a little time clock, that one. My brain's not working through. A clock so people could see. Because Diara's got one and I was like, that's smart. Spookin'. How would I say your username? Ms. Eich? Oh, really? Welcome to the stream. Miss H. I like that. There. Picasso. Very good. It's very good. But oh, Wimpod escaped. Oh no. Oh yeah, feel free to use it. I set it up because one of my friends recommended a sword and I was like, I think that's cute. And I don't know, it kind of gives me a thing to think of in the background. I love finding other. Yeah, so who is it? It's is it Applejack Rooney or something? That I think they're from the US, but they're living in Australia now. But yeah, co-working here in Australia, I guess because look, in the little research tab in the dashboard, it is roughly the hours where people are actually online in this category. But sorry, like I said, I don't know, this is like not a money thing for me. This is just like hanging out and doing stuff, and wanting to put energy into something and have funny little, like I fully didn't know if people were gonna show up for this. So this is really cute just to have anyone in here. But yeah. What about Miss H? What are you up to today? What's your co-working at night? Are you also doing study stuff? In this time zone. Yeah. And you can sort of see like when the larger streamers are on or like when they're like wrapping up, and it just follows the work days. But yeah. So I very curious what you guys are up to, and Mustafo, I'm gonna try that as a pronunciation. But yeah, very curious, like beyond what you're working on at the moment. Oh, yay! We've got other people. Well, you're actively a teacher. And also, it sounds like if you're doing uni, much more of an actual teacher than I am. Oh yeah, sorry. But stuff I was gonna ask, like, well, both of you, like, what is it like that you're trying out new recently, or has been giving some sort of joy, or something that you're discovering again? I love hearing about like people's passions and stuff, and what's like really like driving them through the day. But even though I keep saying Oh, look, being an educator is hard. Like, I can't imagine how full on it is at like uni and TAFE as well. Like, I know I've got friends who have done both. I was much more like boot camps and stuff. Like, I think instructor or whatever is probably a better term. Spending more than a week trying to design the. I had to have my friend call me out on that kind of stuff. They're not here tonight. They come in and mod occasionally. But I love having an Aries in my life that will just call me out on not just getting shit done. Educators is a good way to refer to it. Yeah, a lot of the academia stuff. I know there's a vibe that both academia and like particular parts of business circles and tech all just give me the ick. Like the three of them all sort of seem to have the same vibe. I think there's also like particular parts of like art and philanthropy communities and stuff that are, not that I'm like ever really going near those, but like every time I've like touched near them, I swear they have the same vibe, just been in there. But yeah, streaming. Look, how are you finding streaming? It is. I'm still again, being an educator and stuff. You do learn how to talk a lot, and like keep on going. But it's definitely still a very interesting one to practice when you're doing it asynchronously and there's that delay and stuff as well. Oh, look, I don't want to flame that fear, to be honest. I can't remember which parts I said when, but yes, I just exiting tech, because it's not necessarily a permanent thing, but like exiting might not be the right word, but I have just yes, not decided to, at least for now, not be in tech because there's a lot going on. But honestly, to put a more hopeful spin on it, I have never seen a point in this industry where people that care and are passionate about like making stuff and putting the effort in, or because you're doing CS, like you can go pretty deep. People that really want to like specialize and just give a shit, or want to do the overlaps with like UX and UI or product stuff, like things like that. If you want to go into like, you know, the more product side of tech, or if you want to go into like AI and stuff, like there's ton, or cybersecurity even, like there's a ton going on there. I think there is actually a lot of opportunities and a lot of good stuff. I've never, when I started, it was wild. It was really hard to get into, and I was so lucky to get in the way that I did. Because I never went to uni, I never did any of that sort of stuff. I would never have had the money for it. But I think these days, not from a like, oh, there's information everywhere sort of thing. Like, the companies hiring people are actually the people that just give a shit and do want to like, yeah, either do cross-functional skills or go deep on a particular subject. And as long as you are okay doing that kind of stuff, like, it is a fairly, well, definitely a well-paid career, but it's a rewarding career as long as you like learn how to like manage yourself through it and like have good boundaries around work and stuff. Hustle culture is big in tech. But look, lots to do. Tech is a wild world, but I wouldn't be scared of it. I confronted, I'm sure, but like, yeah, you will find plenty of stuff to do. Into QA at the moment, doing some roles that would provide more. Hell yeah! Look, this is the trend that I was seeing, and I say seeing because like I've been out of tech for maybe 2 months, 3 months, and a lot can change even in that time. But like the trend that I have been seeing is like that kind of like people that can have that systems thinking, that QA stuff. Like the QAs I worked with were some of the most important people when I left the company I was working for. From actually getting stuff done, there was still a cultural shift around how QAs were seen at that company. But if you're looking into like QA side, like that, broad thinking, that systems thinking, that like how does it all fit together? Fantastic. Like you will, yeah, absolutely kill it. That kind of stuff, when we've got more and more like AI driven development and stuff like that, you'll absolutely kill it. Absolutely kill it. But yeah. Miss H, did you say? You don't have to, but yeah, curious, Miss H, if you had any bits that you were finding joy with, or things that were taking away the being an educator, or the entry job requirement. Yeah, look, tip that I learned early on, because when I was like helping with placements and stuff, do online QA work or something like that if you can. More people will like just, yes, it's not going to be great pay and stuff, but more people will accept it as experience, and you this is not specific advice, blah blah blah, but general advice, like doing some online work and putting that on your resume and just saying that you did it freelance or whatever, more people will accept that than you think. It really does help, because people want to, in tech, most people want to see that yes, you have an understanding and like get it, but also that yeah, perfect. Yeah. Look, you'd be surprised how much that'll actually help you. I think that's a great way to keep doing bits and bobs. But yeah, I helped place in the hundreds of people over time. But yeah, exactly. It's like a lot of it is a skill grind. A lot of it is just like getting enough to be able to say something to those points. And like, as long as you go and do it a couple of times in some way, even if it's not as like a full-time job, you'd be surprised how big a difference it makes. It's like why the boot camps and stuff worked really well for a lot of people. Not always. A lot of people still needed to do bits and pieces. But it's because we like got them to do like real stuff and got them to build like real bits and pieces. And I'm hoping your uni also has like a placement and career program and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm not going to say it's an easy thing, because nothing's ever really all that easy, but as long as you're actually like giving things a go and trying to do like act on the skills that you're learning, you'd be surprised how much you'll be able to talk to a lot of the things that you'll see in interviews, how much you'll be able to put on your resume. Like, yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about it. Well, whatever the healthy amount is, I guess, in trying to find a starting job in your career. But yeah, a lot of the people that I've helped over time were always similar position. It is a scary thing, but the reality ended up being not always. I don't want to say that it completely, generally, just like completely dismiss, but because it can be hard. But I generally found, for most people, like, it was a lot simpler and a lot more straightforward, and they ticked a lot more of the boxes than they thought they would. Those moments where, it kind of feels like it's all on the line, and even the lead up to that, imposter syndrome will kick in real fast. You're very welcome. I feel welcome. I kind of just like started spouting on because I my brain went there, but so sorry if you didn't actually want any of that. So I was I was in tech for 20 years and I did pretty much every role you can think of. So not just full stack, but like literally all the roles. I used to be incredibly senior, but yeah. I worry too. Sometimes my brain will just start yapping, and I worry about giving unsolicited advice. And when it's like, no, someone doesn't actually want to think about this right now. And now I'm just like putting it in their brain. Promo pass. But anyway, I didn't even know that was. See, watching you do this real time is actually really interesting. Because I didn't even know how this thing works. I was waiting for someone to give it a go. Your starter is Snipey. This is cute. But what was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So yeah. That's how that deep focus and going so broad and really focusing on that job. That's why I'm here now. Is so I have a project that I'm working on the side, which is the some of the stuff that these are goals to ladder up to. 0 Pokemon knowledge, by the way. Look, I thought I did. And then I tried to play Leaf Green the other day, and I'm like, I have played Kanto games so many times, and then I was forgetting like every town's name. I was like forgetting which Pokemon are where. I was forgetting like when things evolve, and I was like, I feel like these are things that yay, Promo Pass! Yippee! But yeah, I was really surprised by how little I actually have. I really thought, I really thought I had more, but I just kept getting like lost, and I'm like, I was also incredibly tired. So last weekend I was up until like, wait, was it even last weekend now? My brain is, no, the weekend before, because it's Monday now, yeah. But I was up until like 5:30 in the morning for an event, and I was so wrecked for the rest of the week, and I tried to stream, and every time I tried to stream I was just a complete mess, and I felt so bad for anyone watching. And there was there's Flower Boy comes through occasionally, really wonderful, like one of the second non-friend to follow the channel. And trying to hold a conversation with them, and I felt so bad because I was like, I'm so loopy right now. I don't even know what your experience of me is. But it was very funny, very, very, very funny. But yeah. So but yeah, so I spent a really long time in that career. A lot of great many things, but so about about like and this actually might have somewhat of a story arc for you to hear, actually. So because when I first started in tech, I started in like a little local studio. I was like, I don't know, depending on which part, because I was technically getting paid to work in tech when I was 12. Not because I was a genius, just because I really needed money. But like definitely by 13, I had like a proper job. I like did the local studios around where I lived at that point. I had someone that was really lovely and actually took me in for not a traineeship, an apprenticeship, whatever the other one is. I forget, we've got different things here in Australia. But they took me in for that, which was really lovely. Worked there for a few years and then moved to the city. Yeah, there's a secret third option again. But my brain is gonna get stuck on that. I feel like I could probably go look it up or find it somewhere, but I will. So had all that. That was really lovely. No, not internship. We do have them here in Australia, but like it's not the same as like you see in like US movies and stuff. Yeah, I can't remember. Maybe it was just traineeship and my brain's well. But yeah, so did that. Then moved to the city and got a big person job. I was right. Yeah, my brain is really stuck on like. I wanna Google it, but I'll look it up later. But yeah, moved to the city. Started working for while I'd been in that I'm gonna call it traineeship. Let's just call it traineeship. Maybe it's just that one. The person that ran the business was really lovely and taught me like how to like keep in mind I worked there till I was like 15, 16. But I like they taught me all the business side as well, and a lot of like dealing with clients and like handling meetings and stuff. In reflection, I do wonder sometimes whether they really enjoyed the novelty of having someone very young working for them and clients finding that interesting, not from like a devious way, but just sort of like oh, look at this like person that knows what they're doing, blah blah blah. And yeah, so that was really lovely because they taught me all that side, and that stuff absolutely accelerated my career. Yes, I was a quirky little addition. I do also feel sorry for them because I lived in an area where I'm just gonna call it troubled youth. There was a lot of troubled youth and I was one of them. And so I wasn't super reliable as an employee. But they taught me all that stuff, and that stuff really accelerated my career. And I think that's, again, what a lot of like QAs and stuff get to learn, is that like interacting with people and like thinking through the broader things, thinking through like the holistic stuff. While also thinking about the really like deep details that will matter. And that really helped me in my next job, where I worked there for a little less than a year, and by the end I was wanting to leave because I knew that company was going down. But I was 17 and they were, yes, I must have been about 60 when I left the other one. I was 17 or coming up on 17, and they offered me the head developer position because the current head developer was moving back to Sri Lanka. I was like, are you serious? Like, because I'd already been running projects, I'd already been doing all that sort of stuff, but there was like, I'm this like 16, 17-year-old listening to, having to like try and get these like 30-plus-year-olds to listen to me. It was a mess. I have no idea what they were thinking, but like I then took all of those skills and I actually like started businesses, and then I came back into like the individual contributor world and took a lot of that experience and ran with that. Look, I there's a lot of things I won't get into in the stream that have happened in my career, but there is that it doesn't even hold a candle to some of the weirdness that I've had in my career. But the bit that I wanted to sort of like tell the story around was like that focus on caring about more than just necessarily the core skill. Yes, exactly. If I set up a Discord or something, this might be some like lore dumps at some point. But I always found that was the big thing that changed everyone's careers, that like really set a different trajectory for that sort of stuff. And that's not entirely true for everyone, because there is obviously like staff engineers and all that kind of stuff. But I found unless you are really deeply ready to go on that grind, and it is a grind to do staff or principal engineer and all that sort of stuff. But unless you're really ready to go on that grind, you'd be so surprised how much just giving a shit about people actually makes a difference to your career, which seems ridiculous to say, but it is really hard to get people to do that. And so one of the skills that I used to have to teach the most in order to make people like do well in their career, and so I had one person that like was a perfect example of this. I taught them at a boot camp, and 5 years later I met them somewhere where I was working, and they had just been hired as a manager. To be hired as an engineering manager 5 years into your career and actually be good at it as well, and not just like someone that was kind of good at programming and probably got promoted too quickly. Like, this person got hired into that role. I was dumbfounded and just so excited to meet like my student again in that spot, and I was just like, this is fantastic. And like but that's the thing, is like it's that kind of stuff, is like caring about people, it's about that like people focus, because I did so much work. Whoops. Yes, exactly, because you do, if you show that empathy, you show that curiosity, you actually get to solve the problems that are real and that other people care about. And like there's a bit here where you go too far and get into like people-pleasing territory, but knowing, like paying attention to and being interested in everything that's going on around you, weirdly enough, lets you go and help the people that want the stuff that's going on around you solved, which then will get you hired or promoted or just generally get your attention. And overall, that has just been like the biggest boost to my career and anyone I've ever taught and all that sort of stuff. Like, you gotta have the foundations of actually being, you know, fundamentally good at your job still, and you gotta give love to that. But usually, if you're putting effort into doing the work that you say you're gonna do for the people that care about the stuff that you're saying you'll do it for, you're gonna pick up the skills, you're gonna get the practice anyway. And yeah, I don't know. I found that as like my big sort of like accelerator in my career. But that focus then, especially talking about that a lot when I was teaching it, I used to be like a head of HR is not the right word because it wasn't necessarily HR. It was sort of like a mix between head of engineering and head of HR at an agency. Smaller one, nothing huge. This isn't like a big role or anything. But that was the first time where I really got to just like hone in on, cool, how do I focus on people? How do I give a shit about people and make that my entire thing after like, you know, doing it as a manager generally for a long time, or as a leader in that industry. And it was great. It was really lovely. And honestly, that could very well have been my title. The person that ran that company was beautifully eccentric. I won't say the title because I don't want it Googled. But it was it was equally eccentric. But it is that is a wonderful way to like get through that career. It's just give a shit about people, weirdly enough, because it is a very hustle culture career. and you do eventually have to start learning how to like deal with the interface of those two cultures. But yeah, and that's where I started to find out I really loved the idea of just focusing on people. And so I spent the last 12 years or so focused on the people side of the tech industry. Still did a lot of programming, still worked as an individual contributor here and there. But yeah, really focused on that side for a long time. I think it was beautiful. Some things I've... Oh, it was something similar to cadetship. That's alright. But yeah, and so that's where that's where I found just absolute love of helping people and like caring for their stuff, and realized, yeah, I love their passion. I love like diving in and like helping people out. And so I got to spend like 12 years doing that. Unfortunately, which is why we're here, because I still had the mindset of like growing up poor and survival and stuff like that. Even though I was getting paid very well, the survival mindset was there, and so I had to do all of those things, and I really forced myself to do stuff. And I didn't get a lot of chance to like try things out and like give love to myself and all that sort of stuff. And that's why I feel like I can do those things in a certain way. I can be good at like being emotionally mature and present and stuff for certain stuff, but I think I would love to engage more in being emotionally mature and present for like future me and my kids and friends and partner, and yeah, whatever future holds there. But we'll see how it goes. That's the yay. You had so much competition. But we'll see how it goes here. Because I feel like I do it fairly well as a mentor. I still want to keep getting better at that. But yeah, coming full circle, like, I don't know where you came in. I want to be able to ask myself each day, like, is the things that I'm doing working towards being more emotionally mature and present to the future version of me? So many Pokemon Masters. But yeah, I want to be able to ask myself that question every day. So that's what all these intentions and stuff are for, rather than having like strict goals, because I find Truthless does this really good video on it, but I find goals really demotivating once I'm done with them, because I'm like, cool, what's next? I find it's really easy for me to lack direction, which is also another reason why I kind of like defaulted to just constantly going like back to work and back to like diving deep on that stuff. Yeah, exactly, more free flow style. So if I ask those questions each day, then I know, cool, like I'm working on a project that is a specific niche of the kind of education and coaching stuff I used to do. But once that's set up, rather than like feeling like, okay, cool, now I need to put 100% into this one thing, I can kind of just be like, cool, how do I interact with that now? Like, does it fit these needs? How does that evolve? That sort of stuff. Otherwise, it kind of becomes static. And I think that's a skill that I've only really been learning the last 5 years or so, is how to not over lock in on stuff. But because I feel like I'm very good at helping other people not get stuck on stuff, but helping myself for those things and taking my own advice, absolutely classic, not that great at. And then yeah, I think the big one for me, and again, this is why I really love the idea of putting a lot of energy into like streaming and creating some sort of space here. When I say streaming, I also don't just mean getting stuck in stuff, do you mean? It's a tough one. Breaking out of thought patterns is tough. Like, you got to give yourself a lot of grace. You literally... my therapist said one of the best things... It's really obvious once she said it, but... it made me laugh so much. Because all of the skills and stuff you have for like fulfilling your needs and understanding yourself and processing emotions and all those sorts of things, and like things like that, like not getting stuck on stuff or like moving between thoughts. A lot of the systems and stuff that most people have and have come up with, a child originally designed them, because they were things that you formed when you're like only a few years old. And for most people, they have not really questioned or trained those skills specifically. And even if they have, they are usually newer versions of what was originally designed by a child. And so we're all running on these like systems that a child came up with, which I find hilarious as a concept and also terrifying. More on analysis paralysis, look, direction and decision making is hard. Again, another reason why I'm just like, I think having a community and place to go, because I think I would, my meds are starting to wear off, so I'm probably not gonna be super great today, but I think I was halfway through saying before, like, when I say streaming, I also mean actually like participating in like the co-working category, for example, and showing up in the other streams and being one of the bodies in the room, like, because what I think is really important with, I might, in this next Pomo, I might start going off and getting some stuff done. But yeah, it's setting direction and figuring stuff out. It is really hard. I find it's a lot easier when you have other people that are kind of like doing stuff around you and getting things on, because it kind of eggs you on to just make a choice because you feel kind of static. And it's one of the bits like I like around hanging around the co-working categories. Again, also helps when you have a friend. So Havenly is one of my mods, and is an IRL friend. But there are wonderful areas that will keep me out of the house when I am getting stuck on stuff, and it's like, just go do the thing. Like, stop thinking about it and actually do it. And I thank them a lot for that, because it's helped more than once now. But sometimes you do. It's gentle peer pressure, kind peer pressure, I think is a good thing. It's like, because I think there is a lot of setting intentions and like I'm doing at the moment, and like making plans and like trying to move mindfully, trying to like not just like be chaotic. But this is why I've been doing these intentions over goals for the last several years. It's just like, it is, I think it started off more themes more than intentions, but rather than a goal where it's like, okay, I just need to optimize for getting to this like specific endpoint, the intentions are so much more generic that they kind of act as a filter when you're stuck. Of like, cool, well, I want to do like all these things, I want to do all this different stuff, or I'm trying to make like a choice between all these different options of like how I'm going to do something, or I'm trying to figure out how much energy to put in, like, because like that's the other thing, is like making sure you don't do all of it at once. But having those intentions and having constraints around your stuff, like what you say, like your boundaries are with yourself. For example, I've got like, I will compromise for survival, but not for comfort or growth. Like, I have stuff that I have as my constraints, but that is one of the things that there's also one of the constraints is like, the only way I'll compromise on my constraints is if it is actually for survival and not just because that would be the comfortable thing to do because it's familiar or whatever. And yeah, I think that's it's a much more helpful way to be able to like guide yourself through stuff than goals. Because goals, I know for myself and for a lot of people, it just becomes like an all or nothing thing of like, no, cool, this is what it is. And then you also want to do 1,000 other goals all at once. And then, yeah, it ends up too much. But yeah. Have you got any particular choices you don't have to share, of course, but like the bits and pieces that you've been sort of like getting paralyzed on there? I'm gonna head off into starting to focus a little bit more time. But I was very excited having people join in and general idea of your moment of place you want to be. Yeah, exactly. Like it's a filter. I think of it like a filter. Yay, well, stuff. Thank you. I'm really excited to have you guys here. Like, obviously, awesome if I do go really well on Twitch in however many years, but like, I will be very sad for it not being as exciting when one random person shows up in chat. I think it's a really beautiful time. That's a hard one for me as well. So I don't know about everyone, but I have a bunch of like baker's paper or butcher's paper or whatever that I will pull out, and I'll sit there for a week making a whole plan, and then I'll never do it. Those are my I need to discover the unknowns moments, where something feels too big, and then I find that over the next couple of months that come after that, or like faster if I like really need to push something, it gets a lot simpler over time when like the steam of trying to do it all kind of dies, and I go, oh, actually I just need to do this part. But I feel like the over planning I think of as like something to throw out. When I've learned probably the past year or so, this has been a very recent one for me, is like, and it might work for you if you ever want to give it a go, is to do all that, to go through the process and then just delete it or archive it, and not try to iterate it on anymore. Like, it helps you figure out what you need to know, like what's unknown, but it becomes a giant task list, and a lot of decisions to make, because where do you start? And at some point, especially, I'm sure one of those things in Notion is like an app to make or whatever. Like, at some point, you just gotta open up whatever and give it a go, and start making it with the intention of never seeing the light of day, because it helps you discover what it would take to make it see the light of day, if that makes sense. Like in tech and in the industry, like we do a lot of that as like prototyping and investigative work and stuff like that. And it was hilarious when I was like, oh, actually I need to be doing this for myself. But yeah, it's finding all those unknowns. They are really hard. And then culling away everything else is also really hard. But look, you're always welcome to pop in and be like, I need someone to kick my ass on picking a particular thing, and having a little chat. Watch Fight Club and it really gave me a push and a way, I think. Hell yeah. But that's the other thing, is like sometimes we also just get so stuck in our heads and we just need some sort of joy or like thing to make our brain go wee before we can actually move it all. But okay, I'm gonna go and be mic off for a little bit. I'll still be in text chat, and responding in text chat if you want to keep chatting. And if anyone else wants to chat, for anyone that's lurking, I hope you've been enjoying these silly little chimes. But yes, exactly. Let's go. We're gonna get some shit done, and I need to write these up onto cards, and then I also need to go and do the shopping. I got some online shopping that I need to do for stuff that I've been putting off buying for a long time because I am not currently working and need to save money, and so I've been using everything else I had left over. But it's getting to the point where a couple of things like certain moisturizers and stuff I'm just gonna need to start rebuying. But cool, I'm gonna go mic off for a little while, but yeah, please keep chatting in the text chat, and I'll be there as well. Please feel free to use the super sweet bot. Please feel free to catch the Pokemon. Reminder to take your meds, reminder to have some water. It really matters as someone that has like orthostatic issues and stuff, like water really matters. Have a little bit of stretch, like get your eyes away from the screen, all that sort of stuff. Take care of yourself, it'll help you focus. And yeah, I'll be back at the next break. I might pop in on occasionally if like people come and join and just to say hi, but I'll be mostly mic off. a reminder of myself now, even, because I just realized how dry my throat is. To have some water. We'll mute while I do that. Alright. I hope people had a good summer. You are so welcome to keep on going, but I do recommend enjoying a little break, getting a little stretch, having a little reset. It really helps. Check, like, do you need to take your meds? Weirdly enough, a lot of people struggle with paying attention to their bodies. I am one of them. Sometimes just go to check in. Have you not noticed that you need to go to the bathroom? Good time to just like pause and check in with yourself, see what you need, and give some love to that body that is trying to get through the task of the day. Perfect. Get the blood pumping. So I don't have like a specific diagnosis, but I've got the general, like, yes, it is something in this category of like some sort of issue with orthostatic tolerance. Long story short, my blood pools in my legs when I'm sitting for too long. And so literally throughout the day, one of the things that I go and have to do is just get some pillows, put my legs up on a pillow, and have my legs above my head for a while. The blood just like goes back to my brain and stuff. It's really interesting because it also causes like stomach issues and all sorts of stuff because all your body's not getting enough blood. So some pumping some blood for it with some push-ups, absolutely fantastic. I try and do very similar stuff. It's a connective tissue thing apparently. So if you are hypermobile like me, and you find yourself dizzy and nauseous a lot and hot and flustered, fatigued, all sorts of stuff, not always, but could be a orthostatic thing. Basically the veins in my body, because the connective tissue isn't great, they don't pump strong enough to like get the blood back up out of my legs, and so gravity wins. And so you'll like see me sitting here sometime, like there's a lot of people that'll like fidget their leg or something, which I also do, but I actually have to like manually sort of like sit here and I'll like pump away at my legs to try and at least get a little bit of manual blood flow. I only learned about it recently. It was a very interesting one. My ex had the same thing, and I was like, no, that doesn't sound like me. Surely I've got a strong enough body that it doesn't do that stuff. Joke's on me. Absolutely joke's on me. Pommy! That's one of my favorite ones in like the most recent series. But what was I about to ask? My brain just completely went blank. Yeah, how's your study going? How's everyone's like hormone gone? I hope you are feeling for my stuff. I hope you're feeling somewhat prepared for your study later, or your class later. Sorry, I just got my text from my housemate asking if they can use the washing machine. But yeah, how's people's hormones gone? Mine, I went more awake, so that counts as prep for class. Look, if you're one of those people that can wing it sometimes, like that can be enough just to be awake enough to wing it. Mine went interesting. I not procrastinated, but I went a little further. Oh, maybe they only give you so many a day or something. Okay, maybe you won't hoard them all. But yeah, right. So because like what I essentially did I threw my life up in the air a couple months ago. It's not rigged after all. And I'm currently running on savings. And so I've been very mindful of like making sure I actually use everything that I had laying around. Like especially things that were like hair and skincare stuff that I'd like accumulated, like those little free samples and stuff where I've been getting some use, like that kind of stuff. But I'm at the point where I'm just like, okay, no, there's a particular shampoo that I need. Just again, other health stuff with my scalp and psoriasis things, and I'm not getting away with it anymore. So I will need to actually go and spend the money on it. And I buy it in the big bottles because it's far more cost effective, and I know I'll use it. But seeing a 1 litre bottle and being like, okay, $60 Australian for some shampoo. Okay, that's not like, it's not the only hair thing I have to get that's like medicated as well. I'm like, oh gosh, okay. It's not the worst, but it's definitely a hit to my bank account while I'm like running through it slowly. So that was fun. So I went off on a little adventure being like, okay, what other places could I potentially get it from? Where else can I potentially get it cheaper? What could be like an equivalent one? No. So I just gotta hit the order button because I also needed a couple of other things, but oh well. I luckily budgeted for this sort of stuff, but I just still want to take that hit. But that's life. That's the fun of it all. But yeah. I also, so I kind of got distracted as well right at the start, trying to finish the little goals stuff that I was doing, or the intentions stuff that I was doing. And sometimes I find myself really stuck on wording. Like, because I've got, where is it? Yeah, because when I'm setting intentions, I want to set the intention based on like, hey, here's the person that I'm trying to be. And like that is the statement. But I found, and maybe I'll just, this is how we complicate things for ourselves as humans sometimes. It's just like, I don't know, I don't have to be doing this. But I wrote it in a different way slightly the first time, and now I'm trying to figure out how to reword it, as well as how to reword it to fit onto like the little index card thing that I want to put up on my wall as a little reminder. I love a little physical wall. But so I got stuck for like a solid 10 minutes just trying to rewrite, I'm creating the life, world, and skills to be a person who lives joyously, into like a like more present tense thing of I have a life and skills that are joyous and bring joy. And then I was just like unhappy with it, and I sat there for like 10 minutes just being like, how can I reword this? I'm like, I need to just stop. This is the thing. It's like I was joking around with a friend. Actually, I wonder if it's here. But I was joking around with a friend the other day because they do a lot of the same stuff where they'll go like real deep on something, especially if it comes to like planning and that sort of stuff. It turned out like we went to this event on the weekend, and as we were like walking to the train afterwards, we were talking about like what we'd been up to the night before, because we hadn't really chatted about anything other than the event until we left. And oh my god, it's break already over. but I can send you a video that can be pretty helpful for this problem. I said a lot of things, and now I am kind of lost as to which one that's referring to. That can be pretty helpful for this problem, but as I can type it out as well. I need to set up the Discord for exactly this. Like, I've created it. I just haven't like set up all of the things to make sure it doesn't like get full of spam. Yeah, but feel free to have a little type about it if you would like to. I don't currently. I mean, I guess you could probably try like the Instagram or something. I don't currently have an easy way to like send stuff like that. But yeah, because I think I saw that you also followed the Instagram. Not anything's on there right now, but I'm still working on my workflow for the shorts and stuff. But I've totally lost where my head was at. Oh yeah, walking away. It turned out both her and I had been up till like 2 o'clock in the morning trying to design the perfect evening routine. To the point where I had looked up academic research around the needs of humans and not just like Maslow's hierarchy of needs sort of stuff, like gone and looked at like specifically the areas that I was like really wanting to focus on. Oh, am I cool? Hang on, I'll go open it up. I might have to approve you, I have no idea. I haven't actually used the business one much. No, cool, I don't. Well, that's the thing, is like this is the whole like perfectionist's dilemma, is if there is a way to like do it better, we will try and find it. And if the thing that we are trying to do better is a system, oh my gosh, there is no end. Until like we hit exhaustion and then we just can't anymore. And then because we air quotes failed. I have a lot of feelings around failure that I'll talk about in some other stream maybe. Future me watching this vlog, write that down as a stream idea. But yeah, I fully go through that cycle so often where I'm just like, cool, I'm gonna go real deep in this thing and we're gonna really focus, and then it's just like crash out. It's so bad. I need a reply if you want Insta to send the video. Oh, give me 2 seconds. I am assuming all good faith. Yes, cool. There you go. Should be able to work now. There you go. I'm never on there at the moment. Like that is I'm still working on my like workflow. Oh my god, the music stopped. I was wondering why something was wrong. Let's come back to the start. Need to add more tracks to that one. Because I see that a lot of streamers use Spotify and stuff. I get, because I did like a lot of legal stuff throughout my career. I get, especially around like IP, like intellectual property and copyright and stuff like that, and I'm just like, I'm so scared of those things. Like I have absolutely no issue with anyone else doing anything, and I would never report it or anything. But like I had to go and find like a licensed service because I was too terrified of accidentally messing that up. But I feel like I've talked about 5 different topics and not finished a single one of them. It's gone. Oh, failure, yeah, perfectionism and stuff. Yeah, I feel like it's a spot that I hit really regularly. Go to YouTube and search for whatever you want. Yeah, so I did look at that one. The small bit that freaked me out was the loop when an accidental or like an automatic copyright claim was made. The license provider that I'm using has an automation set up to just immediately dismiss the claim, provided it's against a subscribe channel. I'm sure it would be fine in reality, but I think it's been like, it's $10 a month or something, and I'm like, you know what, I'm okay with that. I'm actually okay with that. And they seem to pay the people that are making all the songs and stuff really well. This was one of the things that my friend had to call me out for taking too long rather than just streaming. Ensure. Yeah, nice. Oh yeah, that might be. Oh, hang on, I need to look at. So I set up my week earlier, but that might be a Friday task for me. So Fridays are my like do all of my streaming admin or like trying to do stuff better day, and that way it sort of like keeps the things separate. But maybe Discord will be a nice one, because there is a couple of people here now that I would love to be able to have more perpetual like time with and stuff. And even when I'm not streaming, you know, I play, I don't know what other people. Yes, exactly. Yeah, I don't know, I'd really love to be able to just like have that spot. Like there's a bunch of Discords I'm in and they're really lovely, but like, I don't know, there's some very sweet people that I've managed to meet through just like hanging out in here, and it's still a very small number, but it's nice. And I'd like a chance to be able to like, yeah, have more perpetual stuff. And if I'm just like jumping on, I don't know how much other people play Fortnite or other games, but like if I'm just like jumping onto Fortnite for a little bit, I would love to be able to just be like, who wants to come play? Who wants to come be silly? Or people that want to like trade and yeah, Pokemon Leaf Green and stuff. I've been playing Pokepia, which has been good. Focus time, I forgot about that. But yeah. I also need to, as I reminded myself earlier, set up things like the chat commands and stuff. So I can do this easier. I'm gonna go search for the thing that I said before. There it is. But I'm gonna go mic off and finish these tasks, because I reckon if I put my head in, I actually can probably get through I could probably get through the current one and the first 4. So I might do that. Oh yes, hang on, let me double check. I haven't checked yet. Oh, it's actually still pinned. No. Is that like a permissions thing? It might also be because I'm on like a new account. And it's not like... Maybe if I respond. There you go. But yeah. I'm actually so curious because I don't remember what the video is an explanation for as well now. But cool, I'm gonna go back off mic. I'm going to try and copy this text finally. There you go. But yeah, I'll still be in text chat. I'll still be hanging around. I'll come off if anyone's like joins for the first time or anything like this, anything like that. Oh, I see a video. Okay, cool. I will go watch it. If I'm gonna need a mic response, I'll be back on mic in a sec, but otherwise I'm gonna go off mic. I'll be back on mic to like welcome people and stuff, but otherwise I'll be in the text chat. I'm gonna try and get the current active task and the first 4, maybe not fully the first 4, but like at least the first 3 and then part of the 4th done in the next 39 minutes. Let's see how we go. cinders. There you go. That's why the lighting fell off. I had the white chrome screen. W timing for sure. Since playing, so a IRL friend, Havenly, been playing Fortnite with them for a while, but like yeah, picked up saying that like W whatever from them, obviously wider meme, but it is just one of my favorite things now to have that little W thing. And actually bring the mic back over to me, sorry. Yeah, how'd your Pomo go? I don't think we've got, I think people have probably started to leave as the Pomos run out. I don't think we've got anyone in here that will be chatting. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I think my friend like really loves it from Twitch. But yeah, how'd your Pomo go? How are you feeling? Because I think your class is in like an hour or really soon. I forget how much time has passed. I'm bad with time. And yeah, anyone else is hanging around, feel free to say hi. Feel free to chime in. I just don't trust it. I never trust the reporting of what users are in chat, how many viewers there are, blah blah blah. Oh cool, I thought you said it was at 12. My brain was like, wait, sorry, it is at 12, not 2. My brain skipped over that and read that sentence way too quickly. Okay. 12. How long have I been here for? Oh, hang on, it'd be about 3 hours, because that's the third one. That says up in the corner of the screen, what am I doing? This is the issue with, like, because I'm being in Australia, best time to stream is going to be at night. Also, it is one of the best times where I do, like, little bits and pieces of, like, admin and stuff, and I find that, like, best time to do that kind of stuff. Because during the day, there's too much, like, making calls and doing stuff. But my meds have worn off, like, but they were gone ages ago, and so my brain is just not able to process a single thing, and it's hilarious. I'm trying to I'm like 5 miles ahead of it, growth, 5 miles ahead when reading something than I am from the actual processing of it. So I read that and I was like, it is 12:15. So it's at 2 p.m. or something. Like, that's how my brain read that. And I was like, no, that's not what that sentence says at all. Okay. But I did well. I actually managed to do the things that I said I was going to do. I did speedrun it a little bit. There was some stuff that I've already got booked in later in the week to like with the insurance stuff to which was the review quotes one. I'm so curious if, yeah, I don't know, maybe it's like a daily thing, maybe you just set a limit or something. But still in the process of it for me. My brain's turning off, which bit we refer to, sorry. But yeah, like I managed to get through a fair bit of that, which was nice. All of that stuff, I was like, cool, I have a decision made for the time that I've booked in to actually execute on it, which is good. It's perfect. Like literally exactly where I wanted to get things up to. I know I've got all the drafts. I've got a friend who's gonna have I've got the draft of my stat deck and all the stuff for it. So I'm gonna go get a friend that luckily can sign it for me. Why? Mustafa, why? Where's all the Pokeballs gone? You're gonna have to be more selective next time. But yeah, so got that already. I need to break it down into like the thing that it needs to go into and then the actual stat deck. But that's all ready. We bought. What does bought mean? I'm so concerned that I've installed some sort of microtransaction hell on this thing. I need to actually like give the extension a go, and okay, phew. I was like, oh no. That's so funny. What was I saying? But yeah, so I got that done. I got the stuff that I needed to bought. I had it all in my cart during the last break. I just needed to hit submit. Yeah. Caring for our bodies is expensive. I managed to get the insurance quotes reviewed, so I know which ones I'm gonna apply for or say yes to when I do all that stuff. And I know what fun government agencies I need to go and talk to in order to get some support from them, which would be nice. Hopefully that pans out. So yeah, I've managed to get all my stuff actually like pretty decently in a row. No, not freelancing. I used to do that quite a fair bit, but I found doing big it was better when I actually ran an agency for a while. I actually had my own agency for a while, started doing freelancing and built it up, but I got really sick and I didn't do any succession planning, and had no one to take it over, so I just had to shut it all down, which was really sad. But when I was doing that, when I was like just on my own, this is why I tried to like build it up, because like the first few times I did freelancing I really struggled. I found it really difficult to balance the focus and the dedication that I wanted to give the projects versus the attention the business overall needed, especially for things like the pipeline and clients and stuff. And so I had a lot of boom and bust that was really just, it took a toll on my mental health, and hiring anyone for sales and stuff just never really panned out. It was an interesting one, but that's why I ended up setting up an agency instead, so I could focus on that sales and people part, and then do that side. I don't want to go back to that though. That was a grueling slog. That was a 120-hour week kind of job. Not the freelancing. Freelancing was actually not too bad when I was getting it okay. Managing a freelance business can be really hard just because of that balance. I've seen heaps of people do it really well, and I'm really impressed by them, but I get really stuck on whatever it is that is like mostly drawing on my attention, and yeah, it was just very hard to do all of the things that I needed to do to like gain clients and do all the networking and do all the proposals and do all the sales meetings and do all that sort of stuff, while also doing the actual like running of the projects and all that sort of stuff. I was also probably working on projects that were way too big. There was actually a period of time where I was having the absolute time of my life as a freelancer, where I was essentially just a subcontractor for a bunch of different agencies. That actually was brilliant. I love that part of my life. That was what, maybe I should do that again actually. That was wonderful. I was just like doing random graphics for like whatever company they were working with and stuff. It was great. Dea. Why is it familiar? Break is over. I'm gonna chat for just a second because I want to know who Dea is. Dea the Freelancer. It's a really familiar name. Yeah, I feel like I've come across. Oh, there doesn't say. Well, it should have. I feel like I've come across her stuff before. Cozy entrepreneur, is that what she calls herself? That's fantastic. But it's like, yeah, I feel like it's one of those things. It is really hard to, especially if you are going for bigger stuff. If you get it wrong, you kind of have to realize and compensate for the fact that, like, so one of the biggest issues I used to have was I would commit to these huge projects. So I used to land like massive projects. Some of them were like hundreds of thousands of dollars sometimes, but then this is that at that point that was getting towards the agency side. And I'd have like a couple little subcontractors and stuff, but they were way bigger than I should have been managing on my own. And stuff like what I would actually get out of it at the end, like I was paying myself below minimum wage by the end of it, just because I was working so hard. And like, yes, that is a big sum of money. Most of that money was going to the like subcontractors. Most of that money was going to like all of the expenses. It was a mess. And I should have just been working on like smaller projects or committing to smaller projects, like going with like, cool, that's a great idea, this giant project, but I am one person and not an agency at that point. And should have just been like, cool, we can talk about that later, but I can't commit to that. Here is this like little 1 month or 2 months chunk or something that I'll commit to. And then having a network of people that could have like taken it over and stuff. That's where I kind of ended up scaling into, but it was, I really, when I saw a giant opportunity, rather than actually thinking about it, I just chased it. You know, that was my biggest downfall. Yeah, exactly. And not even that, like the biggest issue was never the money, because I managed to get by even when I was like not doing super well with those businesses. Like, as I said earlier, grew up poor. Like I know how to get by on you know, a small amount of money. But it was the non-stop stress of these like huge things that I didn't need to commit to. I could have made the same kind of money in such easier ways by just working in smaller bunches. Like, I was like take home money wise, making a lot of the points of those like bigger projects and stuff the same as when I was just doing flash banners and graphics and EDMs and all sorts of things. Like it was so silly. But I was like, this is the way I scale the business. This is the way I do the thing. And I was like, no, this is the way I burn myself out. There was going to be much more sustainable ways to scale that business, and I just didn't. But you know, we learn. I've learned now. So no, not doing freelance. And I'm actually not doing basically anything at the moment. But yes, this is the thing. It's like it did provide a wealth of experience that and a very big network that I have been very thankful for since then. It has been harder to capitalize that on in recent years, I would say. But that's more because I don't want to do the actual like hands-on work for what a lot of those people want. Or they want really big things that I just don't want to commit to ever again. And so, funnily enough, yes, very good looking portfolio sometimes, but it's also not necessarily the portfolio of work for things that I want to present and do more of, hilariously. But these days, so another business I ran was an education company, along with doing a lot of like mentoring and coaching and stuff, and the like teaching and stuff that I did as well. So that part of my life and those businesses and those little times, that's sort of what I'm getting back to, but that was that was very deep in tech. I want to move out of tech and into different areas. So that's what I'm trying to set up at the moment. And I don't know if I'll talk about it fully in this stream Twitch world, because I don't want that to accidentally corrupt what I want this space to be and it become a pipeline for that or anything. Because that's, I think I'd actually be really sad if that happened. If there was success in both and that's the outcome. But yes, time will tell. But if I find a way to talk about it that sits comfortably with me, then I probably will. I've talked about it, I think, in one of the previous streams, like really early on, but again, not in super deep detail. It's basically, long story short, it's like career-ish coaching, but I just don't like those words because that usually has a lot of hustle culture stuff associated with it that I think needs to be challenged a bit, because yes, some people find that great and get away with it. A lot of people don't. A lot of people crash and burn. Yes, exactly. I need to have my little law area. Areas where talking about certain things won't corrupt the intent of the community as much. Yeah, exactly. I would love to have like I was thinking about this earlier today, both in my real world life, in this planet, this realm. I would love to have like a little, everyone just get together and talk about the things that they're finding hard and like ask for advice and questions, just little party kind of thing. But also I think it'd just be nice to have like that kind of like, not from like a setting up businesses and all that sort of stuff perspective, just like generally like, what's something, finding it really hard to like, even though I'm seeing like an exercise physiologist and stuff, like finding it really hard to get into that routine and rhythm of like doing the exercises and stuff that they've been teaching me, that are like better for my body and better like suited, and it's like, cool, here's this tiny little thing I've been finding challenging, let's all talk about it together, and getting to go around the room and do that sort of thing. And I think that it's also really nice, like yeah, in a Discord-y kind of setting, but we'll see. Yeah. Therapy homework, I think because I'm tired. Yeah, like imagine, I don't know if you've seen presentation nights, like where like just everyone comes and talks about a random thing that they're like passionate about and makes a little presentation. That, but here is the thing that I'm finding challenging at the moment, come and help, and everyone just gets to talk about the thing they find challenging, and maybe it has no outcome, but they just get to talk about it, because sometimes sharing stuff is hard. I don't know, I thought it would be fun. But yeah, I don't know if I'll do therapy homework while I'm on stream at the moment. I'm too tired, and some of the topics we're talking about at the moment, because I'm gonna go review stuff. I feel like I might cry on streams. I probably won't do that at the moment. But I am curious about the commands. I might do that while I'm here. So I will, yeah, exactly. Like, and this is the other thing. This is why I really want to get to affiliate. Because I don't give a crap about the money part. Like, there's no way that's going to make any kind of real money. Like, sure, whatever comes through would be amazing. Always love that. Like, anything helps, blah, blah, blah. This is meant to be a hobby for me. This is meant to be getting to do a thing that's fun. And affiliate means that I can actually put one-off events in the schedule. As well as having all the like silly little community things like the bits, the not bits, the points and stuff. And I'm just like, I want that stuff so bad. But yeah, having like a little day in the week where we do that sort of stuff. I guess in the meantime, if I got the Discord set up, I could just do it in Discord. I don't know why I hadn't thought of that earlier. This is the one-track brain failures here. But yeah. Anyway, I'm going to go off mic again for the rest of the Pomo. I will pop back in if people are like jumping in saying hi. But otherwise, yeah, there are bots that can synchro both of them. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, cool. I will also add that to my list. But yeah, I'm going to go off mic and I'm going to cancel that task. And yeah, try and figure out the I want little things for the pinning messages and stuff, and with little reminders and things. So I'm gonna go check that out while I'm here. But yeah, drink some water, have your meds, go bathroom, check in with yourself, figure out if you're doing the right thing right now and actually what you need to work on. Yeah, straight, because I've seen like, yeah. If you've got any good suggestions, please like feel free to like send them through so I can start looking at like things that can help me pin messages, like the Pomo mic off one, things that can do like reminders for like the refreshing and stuff, or even just like the follow. Like I have no shame in being like, hey, come and hang out more. I honestly, if I can just be like, here's the keyword, here's the command, here is the text, to like post this message, additional, also have the option to pin it, that's done. That's enough for me. Stream element, sick, done. Let's go take a look at that. Yeah, nice. I think 20 years in tech, you also start eventually going to the point of like, you don't want to deal with anything that isn't like the most basic solution at some point. Alright, cool. But I hope everyone has fun and has a good Pomo. I will be off mic and I'll be back for the break. I'll come back on if anyone joins and I can say hi. But it's alright, you don't need to manage my decision fatigue. You're always welcome to throw whatever suggestions out. But I'll pop back on and I'll be here in text chat. But yeah, I'm gonna go and play around with commands and hopefully not hurt the channel while I'm streaming. But yeah, back soon. Alright. So yeah, I have a little story about that one. Basically my little spiel of make sure everyone check in with themselves, and check like what they need and what their body's saying, have some water, have your meds, just take care of yourself. I managed to get some of the stuff working with Stream Elements. Thank you, Mustafa, that it was actually really... This is looking quite good. I also set up some timers, we'll see if they work, that are just like there to remind people about like view account stuff. And is 07 meant to be an emote? I need to set up emotes. But the new wave and one of like I think the first person that joined me on the channel, saying like explaining all the emotes and stuff that to me, and I was like, I need to set this up. And I still have not gotten to that one fully. I thought I had somewhat, but yeah. But yeah, now just setting up the little lurk one because one of the times it's going to say, hey, if you just want to lurk, feel free to say lurk, but it helps if you do the little command because that way I know you're here. Hey, that might be a Friday one. Friday thing to do. Oh, tomorrow. Actually, wait, I'm streaming tomorrow night. I can do that as well. I've sort of screwed up my week in my head. Actually, I didn't check, is there one out of the box with the default commands? Doesn't look like it. But I was gonna say, yes, story time. So exactly that, like future, putting these tasks on like future me, just being like, oh cool, I've got all this like stuff, and like the writing it down and putting it into like the backlog or whatever. I recently had, same person that I've said a few times has been wonderful at calling me out on stuff. They called me out and just been like, what is going on and why are you trying to do all these things? Why do you seem so overwhelmed with it? Like, what's the go here? And like the day after I was like, cool, that was completely fair. And I went through my journal and there was all this stuff from when I was like burnt out that I'd like just been carrying across over and over again, so, like month after month after month. And like, because I do bullet journaling, so I was like literally rewriting that every single time that I went from month to month because I just didn't have the brain to like sift through it. That day I crossed out over 100 things, and these weren't like little things either. Some of these things would have taken like weeks of effort. I was never gonna get them done, but I was so stressed because I was like, this stuff needs to get done. It must get done. This is like really important. And I just, yeah, it just didn't work. And I crossed them all out. That was fantastic. And since then I have been absolutely floating on a cloud. But yes, I need to get those emotes set up. I think some of them work for the overlay, but not for like the extension. But I can't remember which ones I got set up. I need to figure it out. So Francaface Z. Yeah. So I've got, but I had one of them set up. I forget which one. Let's try that. Like, okay, Streamlabs had a bunch of them like out of the box. Okay, cool. Might do that later. Yeah, I think after this break, I'm probably gonna run off so I can do that therapy homework. But yeah, my stuff. This was really sweet having you come and join. Like, please, like, 100% come and hang out more. I absolutely enjoyed this. There's been, like I said, it's a very baby channel. It's a very, very new one. Yes. I am so glad the party parrot at least works. Like, this was super lovely. There has only been a couple of people so far that I've like had these nice little like hanging out moments with. But they are just everything. Thank you. That is, yes, that's the one. I was like, it was like Better TV or 7TV or something like that. But this is the fantastic part of having people hanging out with me as well as just being able to do stuff. Okay, cool. Easier. Yeah, cool. Yeah, that's the fun part, is like working out all those emo stuff. But yeah, thank you so much for it, because like it does. Like, this is the stuff. It's like, I don't know if I would have had the momentum if like that random first stream where we're literally doing a tech test, you even hadn't come and joined and like had a big conversation with us. Oh, there you go. Nice. Like, I just don't know if I would have, had the momentum for it. And then we had Flower Boy come and join after. And we had a raid from, XX Luna Plays. And just, like, since then, these little conversations are just absolutely fueling me. And, like, I can muster my energy on my own and stuff, and I am absolutely fucking determined to make this the space that I really wanted, and to put effort into the other channels, and give back to those communities as well, because they're gorgeous. But it means a lot having you having you around and testing out emotes and just, I don't know, having silliness. I think it's incredibly lovely and it absolutely warms my soul. But yeah, I'm gonna very likely head off with the end of this poem now, because I am not only need to go do my therapy homework, but I also am really starting to get tired. But thank you so much, Mustafa. I think Miss H disappeared a while ago. It has been a really fun couple of hours. I really enjoyed this, and I will get onto that Discord. I'm sure there's a template for it out there or something. I don't know why I'm doing my overcomplicating it thing. Should just use whatever template's out there. Yeah, and thanks for joining me here. Like, this is absolutely wonderful. But yeah, I'll also start setting up the Discords. I'll start setting up the oh, look, this is the thing, is I reckon I probably can. Like, the basic one probably has all of the, like, Carbot already sorted and stuff. But it's that backlog. It's just like I'm making sure I actually get through it all. Oh, I've got like the actual create server bit. Oh, is there a template in there? Oh, maybe I just wasn't paying enough attention. I might go back through that process. That's okay. But yeah, thank you so much for hanging out. And I did see in like a personal Discord that one of my friends had wanted to join but hadn't seen, so maybe next time you'll come join as well. We'll see. But yeah, tomorrow night I'll be on as well if you are around, which will be around the same timing as this one, but I'll probably go much later. Like, starts about the same time that I did this one. that'll probably go until another several hours. You might be in class, but that's fine. But yeah, cool. Have fun. Take care of yourselves, and yeah, thank you for keeping me company. Hey, good. Bye.